私あなたに恋するために生まれたのかしら。薄い影星には一人つぶやく愛して漁り続ける愛情くらい密室の中で愛しいあなたの顔触れて撫でてみたいな。これは逆さま綺麗な女の子のそんなに好きなら言って殺して見つめるは燃える写真映るあの子今どうしてるかしら。私のこと好きにさせるわ。ほらこんなに愛しているからあなたを釘付け標本にしたいわ。なんであなた泣いてるの。どうしたの俺のこと段ボールに詰め込んだからを嗅いであげる。ドアの向こう側にプレゼントを置くの。あなたが好きな子猫の首を毎日一つずつ燃える写真映るあの子そんな子いたのかしら。愛してるよそれがほら軽すぎて手が出るわよね。私はあなたを永遠愛してる。私あなたに恋するために生まれたのかしら。薄い影星には一人つぶやく愛して漁り続ける愛情くらい密室の中で愛しいあなたの顔触れて撫でてみたいな。これは逆さま綺麗な 女の子のそんなん好きなら言って殺しでを見つめるは燃える写真映るあの子今どうしてるかしら私のこと好きにさせるわほらこんなに愛しているからあなたを釘付け標本にしたいわなんであなた泣いてるのどうしたの俺のこと段ボールに詰め込んだ体を抱いてあげるドアの向こう側にプレゼントを置くのあなたが好きな子猫の首を毎日一つずつ燃える写真映るあの子そんな子いたのかしら愛してるよそれがほら軽すぎて手が出るわよね私はあなたを永遠愛してる私あなたに恋するために生まれたのかしら薄い影星にいるは一人つぶやく愛して語り続ける愛情暗い密室の中で愛しいあなたの顔触れて撫でてみたいなこれは逆さま綺麗な女の子のそんなん好きなら言って殺しでを見つめるは燃える写真映るあの子今どうしてるかしら
Hello? Hello? Fucking bitch ass shit. Hi, hello, how are ya? I was just saying that my mental state is not super great today. And you know what doesn't help when my fucking audio just decides it doesn't want to do what it's supposed to. I'm gonna go back to my fucking USB mic, I swear to God. There was one more thing we needed, right? Catherine?
Go look for a power pack.
Bossy, damn. Alright. Was this always clunky? I gotta remember the controls. Not that I can combat anything. Is this a power pack? Oh, that was loud. Where would the power pack be? Power pack? I don't want to deal with any more monster bullshit, man. Why am I here? Why can't I just die? Ah. Need to go up. Money. Don't do that. What is this? Oh. Open. Oops. Open. I've been in here. Ugh. Barf baskets. Bruh. The bottles break, but not the beakers? Let me break shit! Water? Barf. Water? Barf. Water? Barf. You get the... You got it? You understand what I'm saying here? Blah. You guys remember a body being here, right? I'm pretty sure there was a body here. I want to know where he went. You don't remember a body down there? You don't remember that? Cool. There was definitely a body down there. Dining hall. Well, I don't think a power pack would be in the dining hall, right? It'd be in the power room. I don't like that this door is open. That's suspicious. That's weird. Oh, yeah, I put that there. Okay. Nothing spooky better. I don't like the implications of that. No, don't do that. I need fuses. Ugh. Why do I keep playing this? No. No, no. Hey, yo, Joe, did you see that shit? I'm scared, man. You wanna trade? You... I hear feet. Eh. I don't wanna... Alright, Joe. I'll go since you seem a little preoccupied. Got it. It's fine. I've got it. Oh, damn, it's dark as shit on the OBS. You guys see that over there? I don't know how to fix the brightness for the OBS. Can I do that? Is there a way to make it brighter? Not this. Stop. Stop it. What we're gonna do is... Stop! Oh, shit. What is that? What is happening? Hello? What is doing that? Stop it! Excuse me, can you move? You're standing next to the thing I need to interact with and I don't feel safe. What am I supposed to do? Where is it now? Is it pacing now? Where is it? Ah, my body hurts. What? Nah. I don't even have my voice back all the way. Why? Why? Ah. Glad you're entertained. Damn. I don't wanna. That one's way worse than the weird one with the barnacles. Gentle. 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 Stop it! Leave me alone! Why won't it move? You're crying? Why are you crying? You're the monster! Why? What is fucking nerfing me? Which way are you going? Ooh. Why do you run? No! What the fuck? What am I supposed to do? Ah! Is it gone? Gimme! I wanna leave! My brain's all wobbly now. Why is there a voice? That better be my breathing. Why are you over there, you bitch? This door doesn't even open. Ugh. This is bullshit. They're gonna make me redo it, and I don't know what I did to get it to go over there. Other than die. I can't do anything with this. Hola. There wasn't even anything in this one. Oh, bullshit. Should I just run for the door? I'm gonna do it. Running! Ah! Where am I going? Ah! Bitch. I don't know what happened. No, let out! No, you don't. You stay in there. This is the wrong room. God damn it. Oh, but I don't want to be under the ocean anymore. I hate it here. You haven't had breakfast? I haven't had breakfast. It's still defrosting. I want to go home. I want to leave. This place is bullshit. I want to leave. Or die. I just don't want to deal with this anymore. Let me out. Let me out. Ah. Dive room. Is that where I was? Hive Mastermind. Why? Why are you here? Nope. 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 Yeah.
Shut the door, Cat. Lock it up. What's happening?
Monsters, you dumb bitch. What the fuck do you think is happening?
What's going on?
Managed to piss off another one of WoW's monsters.
That wasn't hard to do, for the record. My existence is a problem to them. You're lucky. You're just in a fucking Omnitool. You don't have to do shit. Bitch. Put it in.
This is crazy.
My face is all wobbly and shit. Turn it on. Which one was it? What is that? B? But you may fail! Ah! I did all the things! Turn it on!
Together. Start to jump next moment.
Ugh. No. I'm not getting in that. Do you see it? If ugh. Fuck'd you say to me?
I need you to activate the power.
Maybe why can't you just do that? You're the computer. I hate you. I hate you so much. Wrong thing. God damn it. Ugh. Ugh. Better fucking work. We better be out of this shit. How long is this?
Then why don't we put you in the suit?
Yeah. Shut up. I just took a drink.
Go without me. You'd really do it. Change body.
Yes. If you want to stay here, I'm not going to stand in your way. I don't want to tell you what to do.
What would it be like before? Close my eyes and then...
And then open them again.
All right. Let's do it.
I don't want to go in it. Why? Where's my choice? I vote no. Can I? Oh. It was all goopy. What if WoW eats my brain? I don't get a choice. This is bullshit. She asked me. I didn't get to make the answer. Oh, do I need to go in here? Been here, done that. It's not even plugged in, Catherine. It's literally not plugged in.
We need to loop back the activity manifested by your current Cortex chip, run it through the amplifier, feed it into the new chip, and then make sure it's synced.
You lost me halfway there.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna
Fucking Rickroll me.
desert you.
I wish you would run around and desert me. Frequency? No. Less frequency. No. Oh, wait. I'm matching the big one. Okay. Did it.
That's everything. You can climb into the pilot seat now.
Already?
Yeah, get rickrolled. Again, Catherine, this is not plugged in.
Go sit in the pilot seat.
Bitch, are you not hearing me? Can you not speak plain English? Look at me, Catherine. It is not
Stop messing around.
plugged.
Sit down in the
Fuck you, bitch. I do what I want. Push this button. Throw this thing. I missed. Throw this thing. I do what I want. What is that? Oh, it's so floppy. I got a hat. Oh, damn it. Don't you hate when your hat just explodes off your head? What's up, Nori? Yeah, fuck Catherine, but not like that. Be fair.
But with the most expensive camera in the world.
Thanks for the bit.
Indians thought photos would steal their souls.
In this case, they'd be
Bitch,
right.
I told you this shit's not plugged in. Oh.
Copy completed.
Ew. Does this make me stinky? Am I more stinky or less stinky than the other dead body?
What was that?
Thank you. There's a...
Why was
It,
it still talking?
it says different things
Why was he
upon...
still talking?
I am not stinky, you're stinky.
You know it's not magic.
Don't even watch your Cheetos.
Simon and the Sea was copied, and now
Shut up,
you are
Catherine.
just like Simon
Rip her
in
out.
Toronto.
God damn you, Kath. Two Simons? There can't be two Simons.
What did you think would happen?
That you were gonna take my mind and put it into another body, like a brain transplant.
I'm sorry, it wouldn't work that way.
You realize how messed up this is?
Please, I didn't mean to upset.
How did you expect me to react to this shit? You're fucking disgusting. What's gonna happen?
Now is not the time for epic sax guy. Sophie, there's two of me.
What if...
Have a good one. Good luck at work. Work is shite.
Do that?
Catherine, you are a piece of shit. You duplicated me and...
I set it up for you. Hit the switch if you want to drain his battery. He'll die within a minute.
Good.
La vista tanto per benino, si apre a bar da guida per la città. Pedro, 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 praticamente il meglio di Santa.
Where am I unplugging him? This? Oh. Drain it. Battery malfunction. Goodbye, me. You're not dying. Link still active. Stop it! Stop it! Unplug it! It's still active! Wait, did he die? Oh, good. Alright, there's only one of me again. Take that, Simon. Alright, psycho bitch, let's go. But that was it just... If your brain was copy and pasted into another body, would you kill your old body with the old brain? I think we know my answer. What do you think happened to the other Reaper class androids? I needed part replacements. I'm back in the water! Aben. Aben? Ah. Oh, you know what? Close. You can close that again. I'm glad we're on the same page. I don't want to... Nope. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Close your eyes. Oh god, we gotta go down too? Down. Oh no, this is worse. Nope. 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 Ugh. I didn't know my thalassophobia was this bad, man. It broke! My face! Fuck this shit, man. Who said that this... What was I supposed to do? I died. So you can get good luck checking down who has the brain cell. Now I have to run across the bridge again. What was I supposed to do? I wasn't looking. It's icky. What am I doing? There's no buttons. This is apparently imminent death. Am I going that way? They did that shit on purpose. They're like, oh, they'll just jump down this hole. Listen, I don't have the brain cell. It's not my turn with it. Where's the jellyfish? This would be way more peaceful with jellyfish. Can I climb this one? Right. There we go. Alright, this one's not death. I should just jump down that shit. Ugh, we have to talk to Catherine again. Everybody mentally prepare yourselves for the bullshit that shall come out of this Omnitool.
Are we done here?
Yeah,
Activate the climber, please.
sure thing.
The climber that you're attached to. Bitch. This thing. You want me to push this? Are we ascending or descending? I did it. Oh, you want it on one, huh? No. Hello? Nope. I put it. Excuse me. Activate the climber thing. Okay, I did. Ma'am. Am I supposed to be pushing something? Where do I activate it? Where do I activate it? Catherine. Instructions unclear. Hello. This is down, so it would be 2, right? It should be on 2. Catherine! Why can't you activate it? What am I doing? God, I hate you. I can't click anything else. Oh, that was hard to see. Wait.
Take a seat and we'll be off.
How am I supposed to fucking see that shit? Anyway, everybody, hold on tight. We're going on a roller coaster ride. Told you it was my turn with the damn brain cell.
Have we figured out
what happens when we die yet? Is that even possible? Is there some kind of afterlife? Do you think my place is taken? The real me died like 100 years ago. Is there still room for me? And what about the Simon I killed at Omicron?
Why are you thinking about
What do
that
you think,
shit?
Catherine? Is there a heaven full of redundant copies of the same people?
Redundant.
Is there someone
Not
out
if
there who call me
they're
an
so
imposter?
whiny and bitchy like we are. Snack break.
It's dumb luck, right? That I woke up in the right body. I basically flipped a coin, and if I had called the wrong side, I'd be rotting away at Omicron. I mean, there's nowhere to know, right? You didn't hit the make sure Simon wakes up in the right body switch, did you? Not that you would know. I mean, he would still claim to be the right Simon. Christ. This is awful. We did an awful
I got
fucking
it
thing.
uncrustable.
And you wouldn't mind? Why would you? How could you know that it's not me, the me that I am, the same that I've always been?
Because I get the joy of a peanut butter and jelly and I don't have to do all the
I don't
steps.
want to think. Please.
I don't know what to say. I don't want to upset you.
Bitch, I'm already upset.
Say anything.
When I was little,
I like the blue raspberry
I used
ones.
to climb the stairs
Or it's
all the way
just
to
the blue
top of
ones.
building. And I can still feel how I did it. You know, tuck my arm so I could push the heavy steel door open. Well, the first time that I dared go up there, I stepped out onto the roof and watched the smog rise and fall over Taipei. I got all the way up to the corner ledge, and you know, I felt the warm wind in my hair, and the sun was setting, and the streets below were shadowed by the tall buildings. The people pushing through the crowd flowed like paint from an artist's brush. Street food vendors filled the air with aromas of all my favorite foods. For a brief moment, I felt connected to the
Oh, there's
world
a
in a way
jellyfish.
that I never had before. It was the most profound feeling of comfort and sense of belonging I could ever hope for. I really never felt the same way again, but I went up to the roof many times after. I'm not religious, but I can see why people would be. The privilege of being makes a strong case, at least every once in a while.
Do you still feel that sense of awe? Even like this?
Things are different, but we're still here.
How
What's
deep
going
is
Everyone's gone.
22,000
All the
meters?
people still left are digital copies trapped in computers at the bottom of the sea. We'll never be able to rebuild or reclaim what we were.
Are you really so unhappy being what you are, or is this about the man who went for a scan 100 years ago?
Both, I guess. When I was back in Toronto, even the worst case, the darkest futures I could predict, they at least included my previous life somehow. I feel
Pretty
so
dang deep.
included. There's nothing here that I recognize, nothing that makes me feel like I belong.
I'm gonna Google it.
Even if we make it to the Ark, would it be any different? I'd still be alone.
Many
friends.
miles.
No family.
You could make new friends.
26,000
I'm sure everyone would
meters.
like to know the time traveler. If not, you still have...
This says it's like a mile.
Catherine? Kath? Hello, Catherine. What happened?
Obviously we lost power, dumbass. You see the lights go off? Oh. Yeah, see? No power. This is worse than being up there! Why are we going deeper? What is that? It's so colorful. What that? Ah, jellyfish. Oh, this is nice. Jellyfish rave. See, now was a good time for the epic sax guy. Oh, do I need to go up? Also, you said it was pretty dang deep. It was like a mile. Oh, I don't like up here. I don't like up here.
Hey, I know it's not much, but why haven't we stopped moving?
The power blacked out for a moment. I think it
Get
could be
down,
the
get down,
atmospheric
get
pressure.
down.
It's pushing pretty hard, really testing the limits of my suit.
Don't worry, it should hold.
Comforting.
It will hold.
One of my nightmares, the dark abyss of the ocean. I don't know, but 22,000 sounds pretty deep. I said 2,000. See? 2,729.29. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Get in my seat. Gotcha.
Does time freeze when you're not powered?
Time feels emitted more than emitted.
What does that
I
mean?
don't feel like I'm being held back or hindered. And I don't have the opportunity to reflect on the time I'm missing. It's simply missing.
Sounds like
I'm really getting the screen working.
Yes.
Well,
Generally, you anticipate
my
when you're about to sleep,
is
and
what's
there's a
down
natural
there.
continuation, since we tend to wake up where we went to sleep.
That was
My
jellyfish. What do you
experience is
mean?
more
Did you see
like
the
an
pretty
ever-changing
colors?
moment that never really seems to find closure.
Sounds kind of like a movie being edited live.
I suppose so. I guess it sounds exciting.
Hey, Catherine,
but it really
I don't
keeps me
feel so
activated to the
good.
point of exhaustion.
It's rough.
Could be worse. Could be a time traveler
Giant
stuck in a body
squid.
made from black
The
goo.
Kraken.
That'd be the worst.
The Kraken. Don't you like squids? Aren't you a giant squid? Define giant. Hey, Catherine, I don't feel so good. Now I'm also terrified and I may have pooped myself. What is that? Ah! No. I hate the ocean. Why are we still moving?
Oh, good, you're back.
What happened?
Something dropped onto the cage. Knocks you right out.
It spoke to me.
Looked like a man, one of WoW's creatures. It just stared at you for a moment, then threw itself down the abyss.
It said it would make preparations. I don't like the sound of that.
It was very strange.
Why is he scary?
I'm glad it didn't.
I don't like him.
Me too. Looks like we're closing in on the
I'm
ocean
jealous
floor.
of the Simon that's still up in the thing where it transferred me or copied me to this suit. I would rather be that Simon. That Simon gets to die. That Simon doesn't have to suffer.
You haven't been here before?
And I get the feeling that the arc isn't worth it.
Who's been here? We're following your own footsteps, Kat.
When I had footsteps,
You could still be down here somewhere, technically.
don't remind me, freaks me out. Alright, let's head for Tower and find that arc.
Alright. Don't worry, Catherine. I shall be your footsteps. Open it. Open it. Open it! What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, you guys see this door, right? You see this? That implies that it goes up, right? The fuck does it... Why is the handle down there? I can't see. I don't like it. Boomar link needed to call climber. It's there to troll you? What? There is some creepy music going on. Come on! Come on! Ew. Why is it slimy? Sample collection, physical checkups. Check. Tau evaluation. Evacuation. Failed. Bring ARC to 5. Ellen Waldeck. I don't want to be at the bottom of the ocean. My eyes are so fuzzy. I need to stick my fist in a butthole. Shut it. Sounds fun. Also, hi. Hello.
Come in, Tao.
That was a weird thing to
Please
come to.
answer, Tao.
Jellyfish! The jelly...
Let's move out. We'll try the next one.
Wow, I'm glad that I listened to that. My brain is completely enriched. Jellyfish! If only my eyes were clear. Whoa, the colors. Lever. Light! Announce that I am here. Get out of the way. What am I looking at? Snack? Noise? What? Who? No, thank you. Rock? No rock? Rock smash? Shut it. Ugh. Bottle. What is making noise? Stupid. Warning, facility fault line activity. Oh. Strong torrents expected. Well, that's not good for me. I better not get blasted into that. Is there a way to turn my own power off? What's the fleshy bits?
Jesus, did you see that?
Stick to the lamplights, they won't go near them.
I can't, Valglasser. It's important I reach Omicron. Our future depends on it.
Calm down. Let's just follow the path.
If I die, I need you to tell Julia Dahl that the WoW is out of control. She needs to get to Sarah. He'll know what to do.
Raj, you can tell them yourself. We just need to pick up the pace, okay?
Glass! We lost the path! We need to go back!
I know where to go. Come on.
How'd that work for you, buddy?
It's over there! The light is over there!
Final push, Raj. Almost there. We just...
That sounds very painful. Blue leads to Tau, red leads to Climber. This is a new take on Water Monster. Stick to the lights. Stick to the lights. Stick to the lights. That's what they said. I don't want to explode. Stick to the blue. Blue lights. Blue lights. Blue lights! Blue lights. Blue lights. Blue lights. Blue lights. Blue lights! Oh shit. Oh shit. Blue lights. Close it! Close it! Close it! What is this? No, 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 no. No, no, no. Wait. No. Why did you do that? My lights. Fried squid. Oh, is that a giant anglerfish? Those things suck. I don't know what this means. Oh no. I feel like the anglerfish is gonna have a blue light. Okay, I see lights over there. I'm just gonna run for it. Oh, I don't like this shit. Ugh. Lights, blue lights, blue lights, blue lights. Follow the blue lights. I can't see where to go now. Nah. Nah. I don't like this. Help! No, you guys are ugly. Blue light. Why are you wiggly? I'm so stressed. Over here. Can I go in here? I can't close the door on this one. Hello, butthole? Alright guys, time for some vest egg. You know, that didn't fix my eyes. Light? Garage? Can I flip that back? How do you get into it? Why do you come here to turn the power on and not be in the room?
Tao, can you hear this? Anyone there?
This is Tao. Who is this?
This is Ian Peterson of Theta calling. I got a team with me and we're about half a kilometer from Tao.
What? How did... You came in the climber?
Listen, we're having a really hard time with this sector. Heavy turbulence is making it difficult to move forward, and the wildlife you got is absolutely rabid.
The storm comes and goes. Instruments show the weather is relatively fair right now. You should move out as soon as possible. Stick to the lights. The critters should leave you alone.
Alright, you heard the man. We're moving out, people. Tal, keep the doors unlocked. We're coming in.
I don't think they kept the doors unlocked. Stick to the lights and the critters will leave you alone. Can I not carry a light with me? Oh! Light! How? Okay, follow it. Follow it so closely. I don't even care what's happening. We're just gonna go with it. Oh god, I can't move. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Wait, wait for me. Don't care. Where'd he go? No! Ah! They take my light. It can never be that easy, huh? What are we in a cave for? Oh god, there's sea spiders! Which way? Shut up! Oh god. This one? Oh. Oh. We're fine. It's fine. We're fine. Never mind the damn sea spiders. Okay, I see lights way over here. No, 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 no. I almost walked into it! This is the worst part of this game so far. I wasn't told this would be this horrible. This is the worst thing I've ever experienced in a video game, ever. And I've dealt with Donald not healing me. Until I was already fucking dead. Game over. Oh god, there's too many lights here. Go to the door, run 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 to the door. Tal, let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Open it. Ah! Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Oh. Anyway, did it. Easy. Easy. Imagine if I hadn't tried to pick up that head. I probably would have died a bunch of times. Catherine. I hate you. Why don't you do that shit? Oh, that scared me. Ugh. My heart is racing. So the solution is to just
I'm happier to be inside. Let's find the Ark.
mood, bro, right? Ark? Dive room. Well, something died in here, alright. Drink.
Welcome to town. What's left of it.
Are you guys alright? What happened here?
We ran out of real food long ago. People have been getting sick. Haven't
I
heard
want
from anyone
food.
in months.
No shit, they all think you're dead down here. Some failed evac story circulating at Omicron.
Oh, God.
Listen, son. We're on an important mission, and we need your help to operate the Omega space gun. When it's done, we can all head back up the plateau. But now we need to get moving.
Of course. Head on through to the habitat. We shut off the front section to preserve power.
All right. See you soon.
Water. I don't see a trash can. We'll pretend this is the trash can. Okay. Flood hazard. That'd be real awkward if somebody pushed that button and didn't clear the water. A butthole. Oh, now it's getting creepy looking. What do you mean? Why though? Butthole? Butthole? Dude, why do you make that sound? I thought you farted. Toot. Toot toot. What are you letting in? Hello? Is there anything in here that won't kill me? It was me. I found it. Sophie. Ninny. I don't like what that means. A broken omnitool. Oh, that's dark. I feel like I don't want to go this way. But here we go. Oh, I don't. Oh no. Dang it. How do I fix it? Everyone stand up. Wait, I got it. It's like flipping the water bottle, okay? I got it. I can get it. Ah, shit. You know, if the ground was level, that's the problem. Got it. I got it. Hello? Oh. I got it. Hold on. I can get it. I can get it. Told you! Suck it! Anyway. Caution. Anyway, that's what a professional gamer looks like. God dang it. Alright, hold on. Damn it. Hit. Damn it. Hit. 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 Come on. I got this. I can get it. Hold on. Damn it. Damn it. Well, that was close. I got it. Hold on. Don't judge me. Turn this way. God damn it, it hit my foot. Which is unfortunate, because I don't know where my feet are. Damn it. I got it. Hold on. Wait. Ah! Did it! Did it! Told you, pro gamer. First try. What is this dark hallway? I don't like that. What the fuck is this? Excuse me? Wait. Oh, that scared me. I didn't realize I turned around that far. I'm gonna pass on opening that very dangerous looking door. I don't have a choice, do I? It don't look like it. Yep. Cool. Because what I want to deal with after that disaster, is more monsters. I love monsters. We here love monsters and their fudgery. I would like to have a device in which would either wallop or zap the monsters and get them away from me. Preferably the zappy one, because I feel like they're like machiney cancers. And what am I supposed to do about that shit? No! You knocked it over! Running. Whoa, you're that way now. What the fuck? Why are the monsters getting worse and worse? I hate this game. Running. Running away. Close it. Close it. Which way, which way, which way? Open it. Close it. Ugh. Money the fuck? What does this gap mean? Can I intercom to maintenance? Common area would be this. Dispatch. Well, I don't know what that did. What in the Five Nights at Freddy's bullshit is this? Good. I'm running for it. This bitch broke out of its containment. Well, I don't know where I am. I don't know where I'm going. Now you can take a bath. Hydrate. Hydrate before you dehydrate. I don't know. If this is... I don't know if running is just the way to go about this. But I know he's sitting outside that damn door. Maybe this up. You bitch. I didn't know you could open that. No. What are you doing? Get away from me! This door? Pushed it. Run away! Close it. Close it! Ugh. Why am I in hell? Why? I fucking hate it here. My god. Can we go back to the caution sign flipping? That was fun. Wasn't that fun and entertaining and safe? Excuse me, what is this button for? Oh, that's nice. No game's better than when Gremlin is screeching, shut the fuck up. Let's see you play this. You'd be too frustrated. One door. I feel like I don't want to go in here. I did. I said hydrate and then I took a drink. And then I was like, hydrate before you dehydrate. If you were paying attention. There's a butthole over there. Butthole means safe room, right? Oh, no, this is not a safe room. Why did the map say? No thanks. What is my task? What am I supposed to be doing it?
There's nothing here. Move on, Simon.
Move where? I kind of like him better than Catherine. I'm not gonna lie. His voice is more pleasant. Ironically. I know, listen. Yeah, I know, but where am I going? I don't need the pawn. Okay, but where am I going? Mysterious voice in my head. We're in the living quarters. How do we leave the living quarters? Critical system failure. Are we going to the infirmary? Or the dive room? This... Okay. Leaving dive room. Let's go to the dive room. You wanna go in here? Voice? I'm gonna go down to the diving room. The voice isn't telling me what he wants. He just wants me to move, and I'm moving, and I'm like, move where? And he's like, we need to leave, and I'm like, okay, but how? I haven't spoken to Catherine in a minute. Oh, I don't want to be in here. I don't want to be in here. I don't want to be in here. Nope. Leaving. No, thanks. Mysterious voice, man. That wasn't the right way, right? I'm gonna go into the dispatch. Surely this is safe and I'm not going to die in here. Ah, yes. Nice and cozy. It's a tight corner that I definitely won't be able to escape. A note. How do I read? Oh, there we go. Urgent fix needed. Can't retrieve climber until the leak is working. Visited by SSE. We'll check Dahl and Holland. System bi-weekly visits established until communications. Lumar. Back. 100%. Evacuation Tau ordered. We're leaving for Omicron. Swarmed by monsters. No radio. We're fucked. Bruh. I shut that, didn't I? Ah! What the fuck? Epsilon? Theta. Omega. I don't know who I would be calling. Oh. Oh. Door locks. Oh. Oh shit. Thanks. I don't know who did that, but thank you. Got an ad incoming. High status. Unstable. Okay. Surface. Ooh, we need to go to the mega space gun. Okay. Feel better with the doors shut. Hmm. Okay, it's fine here. What is this? Journal. I was hoping to see Omicron today. The evacuation ordered by the people at Theta was a gift, an excuse to leave Alpha and abandon the WoW. As the storm cleared, we were swarmed by monsters that the WoW had facilitated. We were ambushed and forced back towards Tau. Glasser, Kowski, Cortez, and I survived. Auclair is in the infirmary, but doesn't look good. Made a run for it to check observation for anything resembling food. Going outside is beyond dangerous. It's like going to buy cigarettes in a hurricane. She came back and she had crumbs with her. We all knew it was empty. I think she wanted a chance to die without carrying the responsibility of taking it herself. Group of it. There's sounds happening. Anyway, we're in an ad, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a snack. Welcome back. I still don't think noises that are happening behind me are good. I'm so very sleepy.
The pattern has stopped evolving. The WoW has managed to find balance. I convinced SSE Volcheck to turn off all external control systems, making the WoW our de facto caretaker. So far, it's exceeding expectations.
Okay.
Since the comet crashed a few days ago, January 12th, the WoW has dropped to a low energy state. It hasn't abandoned its duties. It's keeping climate and life support going. But it's been simplifying the pattern, redefining its protocol. The WOW has started to grow physically. It's not just the core chamber. All around Pathos 2, structure gel is bursting through the pipes and bleeding through walls. I don't know what WOW could possibly stand to gain from this, but I assume it is intentional. The heart of WOW has claimed such a large part of the core chamber that there can no longer be any question to its heightened awareness. Not only does its expansion suggest an unexpected understanding of space, but also its own physical manifestation within the world.
Terminate.
The WOW is reaching out to every machine, every life form, to manipulate, to control. It's trying to help save its creators from all this, just like the protocol demands. But really, what is good enough? Where is the line drawn for what is human and what is not? Would walking corpses do? Would a group of machines thinking they're human be acceptable? We can't trust a machine to know, to understand what it means to be. We have to terminate the WOW project. It can be done. I just need to get some help from Omicron.
Yeah, how'd that go for you? Not very well, because I'm running for my goddamn life around here. What's that? Diddly fuck to me. Who's this? Science. Ahem. Function equals... Don't know what that's supposed to be. Something's opening doors. Oh, trash can. Do I have water bottle? Hi, Rush. Oops. Na 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 na. To the fight. I assume I need to go to the infirmary now. That's what I'm gonna do. Nani? I don't know if I want to go in the infirmary. Oh, I'm gonna climb ladder. Bye, pillow. I think I don't want to go to the infirmary. Hello?
You're different.
What are you?
Nice suit. Used to have one just like it.
Are you human?
Sarah Lindwall. Payload technician at your service. A rare sight, am I right?
I'd say so. You're the first normal living human I've seen.
There's not many left down here. Most of them are up on the plateau.
You mean at Omicron?
Yeah.
There's no one alive at Omicron.
You've been there?
I've been all over. The power plant at Upsilon, the ruins of Lambda, the abandoned Delta, Theta.
You've been to Theta?
How are you alive?
Left of Pathos 2.
And, I'm the only living person you've met? You mean I'm the last living human on the planet?
I'm sorry.
Who are you again?
Simon Jarrett.
Stationed out?
Nowhere. I used to work in a bookshop in Toronto. Long story.
Then what the hell are you doing here?
I'm trying to find the Ark.
Why would you? How do you know about that?
I've heard it's the last hope for mankind.
Damn right it is. Now what do you want with it?
Take it to the Gun at Phi. Launch it into space.
That was the plan, all right. I've been guarding it ever since we brought it back to Tau. Just couldn't bring myself to let go. To tell you the truth, I don't have the strength to argue. And I certainly don't have the time to wait for the next sentient thing shuffling through here. Go ahead. Take it.
Would you like to die?
Can I get you anything? Do anything for you?
You could kill me.
Okay.
Good one.
If I knew you'd come, I would have cleaned this place up a little bit.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll pick this up. I'm gonna put this over your face, okay?
I'm glad you came by. Good to get this over with.
Alright, and wait. Can I put a bunch of stuff on your head? Hey, your food's all moldy, you know.
I still can't believe I'm the last one. It's crazy.
Nice. Oh, these are empty trays. That's good. You've been having little snacks. Oh, damn it. Oh, I got it. I got it. Hold up. Yeah. Let me get this stuff off your head. Hold on. Anyway. Nice. Well, I was trying to cover her face, but it won't let it sink on her head. Alright, you ready? What's this? Well, that's lovely. Goodbye.
Would you stay with me, please?
Of course.
It won't be long now. Just... please, just stay.
I hold your hand.
What a crazy thing this was. Life. At least I won't have to turn 30. Hooray!
You're not 30 yet? Bruh.
Wish I could have died at home with my friends.
Why are you on life support?
It's very beautiful. Well, at least when you get out of the city. Nanoc is busy, and yes, there's like 12 million people trying to get around. It's a or rather, it was a great place before the comet ended it all. You know what? I liked Pathos. Liked my colleagues. Ian, Nick, Jasper.
No! Damn it.
People thought she was weird because she was quiet, but she was cool.
Damn it.
Simon, you still there?
I'm here, Sarah.
Don't let him die, okay? Send them out there.
Damn it.
To the stars.
Take her to the moon for me. Damn it. Hold on. Ugh. Is she dead? She dead? Oh good, you close your eyes. Good. I don't have to see. Well, look at all your pictures. This looks like a horror movie. Door locks? Nope. Okay. Well, if the game just roasted me for being old, thank you. I'm gonna die forever. You guys are dramatic. Whoa, look how cool they look. Why is it all pixelated? Oh. Is that Catherine? Why is she super... Is Catherine wow? Is Catherine wow? This looks heavy. Also, I'm supposed to climb down a ladder. Oh, your dishes are in your bathroom. Oh, I can call it a lift. Oh! Oh, nice. Where am I putting this? The dive room? I'm not 30 yet. I'm not 30 yet. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Sister. We bob. Oh, it's a good thing I didn't send it here. It looks like this one's broken. Well. Ah, come on. I landed on the pillow. That was bullshit. That wasn't even high up. Also, I'm a dead body in a suit. You know what, Catherine? Airlock. Can I put Catherine on that? Oh. I broke it. I don't like the implications that this suggests. You guys feel? I'm cargoed. Oh. What do you expect me to do about that? Oh. Bruh, I can't see. Oh, shit. Whoopsie days. Whoopsie days. Boom, 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 boom. We're almost done, right? The game's almost done. We're almost finished. We almost win. Can I have this rock? Can I have that rock? Can I have this rock? Give me a rock. I want to hold something. Where'd the art go? Whoa, when did the arc start moving so fast? Well, that's not good. Wanna hold something? Why are you scared? I'm not scared. I just wanna hold something. Like my pillow. I'm sleepy, not scared. Hello? No. I can't get up. Oh, hey, what's up, Daddy? I don't know how to get up. I can't jump very good. There's also no ledges here. Where am I going? He tells me to hurry a lot and not where I'm going. I don't think I would actually fit in this, especially with the bigger diving suit. I don't think I would fit in this IRL. That's how small this hole was. Are we outside? Oh, it's warm. Oh, it's ow, it's hot. Oh my god, bioluminescent shrimp. Is that how they move in water? That looks weird. This way. Who are you? Are you WoW? Button? Butthole? I heard my feet when I jumped onto whatchamacall. A pillow. Okay, not in there. The music is a bit unnecessary. Red soda cup. I fill you up. Let's have a party. Cheers. Are you laughing at me? Who giggled? Who giggled? Yeah. Carthage Industries. Making your loved ones die alone at the bottom of the ocean since 1902. I don't know how old Carthage is. Where leads this base of operations? The fuck sounds like a Geiger counter. Man, Alpha is fucked. Level 2. It's like super fucked. Daddy?
Just tell me what you want.
Simon, don't talk to Dad like that. Come on.
What? How?
The enslaved protein sloshing around your suit is the news from which the WoW will learn itself.
What are you talking about?
As soon as I came to Omicron, I tried to tell them to make the toxin that would make the WoW wither, but they didn't understand. They put it inside my cabinet. It was so infuriating. They needed to take it to Alpha, the fountainhead of the misery we created. And then the girl, she figured it out. She was going to take care of it, but the WoW shrieked.
Where are you talking from?
They all died. You took the gel from the cabinet and made yourself into a venomous snake.
You're saying this toxin inside of me can kill the WoW altogether?
You are the snake, Simon. Now strike at the heart.
Got it. I will bite it. And it shall die. Therefore, I am venomous. I am Venom. I'm not a symbiote, though. I think Catherine's a parasite. Like babies. Tunnel. You about to get fucked, WoW. I'm gonna bite you. I'm gonna bite you so hard on my fangs. Finally, I get to hurt it back. What's this? Oh. Button. Oh no, guys, the door won't open. I guess we gotta go home. Oh, hey.
What the hell is that?
The heart. It controls all the structure gel on Pathos 2.
Hi, Aki. Horror game. Yeah, Soma.
The heart will unwillingly spread it across Pathos 2, killing it.
You want me to stick my fist into the heart butthole?
Push your arm into the heart.
Yeah, okay. Ugh. That's worse than the normal buttholes. That's a different arm. Oh god, it opened itself up for me. Ugh. Ah! I'm gonna only have one arm. That's okay, I couldn't feel that anyway. It wasn't even my body. No, it's okay.
Please. I did what you wanted.
You did good, Simon. But you can't leave. The only way to make sure the WoW stays dead is to destroy the only one who's immune to the new pattern. Don't worry. I'll make it quick.
Thank you. Oh. No! Daddy! Daddy! Papa! Oh. Well, do I get to make the decision to not go on the Ark then? I don't want to infect shit. Can I prevent Catherine from going too? Am I? Oh. Should probably leave. Anybody that's got this goop on them probably shouldn't go on the Ark, huh? Logically. And I've been wanting to die anyway. In-game. Oh shit. What is happening? Am I in an atrium? Or atrium? No. Artery? Ooh, blue light. Follow the blue lights. Follow the blue lights. Butthole! Can I have my hand back? Manifest a new hand for me. And run. There's another butthole. I'm not gonna waste time to collect that butthole. Oh, what is that? What is that? Well. Wait. You got me off course. But I was going to blue, but these are red. Now I gotta touch this butthole. Stop grabbing! I was fisting something! Can you keep your eyes open so I can see where we the fuck are? Good God, Simon. Where am I supposed to, like, get away from that thing? Ha! Bitch. Suck it, you ugly. You ugly! Shit. Got stuck a little bit. Excuse me. Go away. Fuck. I don't see anywhere to hide. I don't like you. Go away. Get up in there. Get up in there. Ugh. Bitch ass thing. Catherine, drain this shit. Anyway, guys, I'm an orphan now. Daddy died. And I don't have a mom. I'm not calling Catherine mom. Catherine's a bitch. Catherine copy and pasted me and made 2 of me. It's weird. Oh, you know what? She's technically this one's mom. She made this one. So she is my mom?
This has to be Phi, right? Hope the Ark made it here in one piece.
Butthole? Butthole? Sorry. I need to put my fist into something. There's a lot of doors around here. Okay, Sham. Ugh. Hello? Catherine.
Chris, what the hell happened to your arm?
I got
It's
eaten.
complicated. I just need to know one thing.
Ew.
Both my arms, right?
That's not how that would move.
Are you okay, though? Can you do stuff?
Yeah. Let's just get this over with.
Did you find the Ark?
Dude, he
I did,
sounds
but I
so
could've lost it
like
on my
a
way here on
seasoned
an automated
warrior
track headed to Phi, so it should be around
soldier.
somewhere.
That's great. Let's go get it.
Catherine, I have some news for you. You're not going on the Ark. Neither of us are getting on the Ark.
Alright, Phi is up and running.
Storage. What is that? Oops. OSG overview.
Loaded into a shell. The shell is accelerated by electromagnets along the barrel. Enough momentum to escape Earth's gravity is gained before regression. Reaching space, the satellite will shed the shell and unfold. Onboard thrusters settle the satellite into an orbit.
That felt like watching a really bad training video that your work makes you watch, you know? Mission completed. On hold. 13 years of impeccable operation. The Omega Space gun will shut down, but it took an apocalypse to be made redundant.
Did you find out what happened to the Ark team?
Not really. For some reason, they didn't
I
go
killed
through
a
with the
lady.
launch, so they took the Ark back to town.
I hope everything's okay with the space gun.
Ringy's in Vroid.
I doubt I'll be able to
I
repair
wonder
one
what
of
he's
those.
doing. Oh, I don't want to go outside. You can close that. This place looks cozy. Oh, I spoke too soon. That did not look cozy.
This feels like the longest day of my life. Has it just been one day?
I have no idea. Our time together is a confusing patchwork of moments to me.
What time is it then? What day?
It's May 11th, 2104, 3:30 a.m., but I don't remember when we started.
Oh. Yay! There was a butthole in the bathroom all along, guys. Nothing. I ain't doing nothing. Mm-hmm. Sure.
You know, I woke up in my bed today. It just happens to have happened 100 years ago.
Sounds like a riddle.
It does. I woke up in my bed today, 100 years ago. Who am I?
Simon something. You should change your name. New identity and all that. It's like being a VTuber. Canned yams.
It's crazy to think where I am. Not only is this the future, it's in the middle of the sea. I know nothing of this time or what the world looks like.
Not much to brag about now. Before the comet, I guess it was okay.
Yeah. Better not oversell it. Might change my mind about the Ark.
You seriously not gonna tell me what happened to your arm?
I had to make a quick stop at Site Alpha to help kill the WoW.
What? How? Why?
Stop it from torturing the memory of humanity.
Okay, let's just get back to work.
She acts like I'm in here. Well, where's storage?
What do you do when you get into the Ark?
Loading dock.
Make sure the Ark is safe, stabilize flight path, activate solar panels.
Oh, what's the first human thing you're gonna do?
Oh. Watch the clouds roll by? Does that count?
No.
I'd say so.
Oh, gross. I have to watch my arm. I'm so slow doing this. Oh my god. The fuck is this? Whoop. I really gotta stop turning off the damn lights.
Alright, found the Ark.
Good job, Simon. Now we just need to find the assembly space so we can stuff the Ark into a shell.
I imagine I just follow the thing on the ceiling and go in here, huh? Yeah? We'll find out. Hope no monster gets me, ooh. Oh shit.
Are you suggesting we keep it down here? Doesn't that defeat the whole purpose? Eternity among the stars, remember?
The people inside the Ark won't know the difference. We can just keep it down here, and we don't have to risk the Ark being shot through 5,000 meters of broken barrel, and then push through another 100,000 meters of a dust-filled atmosphere.
Will the casing stand all that pressure?
Well, the odds aren't great.
Catherine, say something.
I don't care what you think. I'm launching it.
No need to be like that. Let's just hang on to it for a while and think about it. We can launch it later.
No, that wasn't the deal. We made it to save them. To launch it. Out there, it's hope. Down here, it's a fucking terrarium waiting to die with the rest of us.
Come on, Catherine. It's not asking much. Let's just think about it before we risk the only hope humanity has to survive this hell.
No, we launch it today. This is my project, my Ark.
It's bigger than that. Don't you get it? It's not for you to decide. We're talking about the fate of mankind.
Get away from the Ark! I'm taking it.
No, you're not.
I'm not gonna let you ruin this.
Stop it!
Guys, calm down.
Bro, she killed this man.
No!
What did you do?
It was an accident.
Catherine, talk to me.
Oh, Catherine died?
Oh god. Catherine.
That's her body?
It's you. You had an accident.
Oh my god.
Oh. You mean Catherine. Don't worry, it's better this way.
That's fucked up, bro. Well, I guess since you're not actually on there, make it easier, huh?
How did she die?
You got into a fight with your colleagues. They didn't want to risk launching the Ark. Thought it might not make it through the atmosphere.
They killed me?
I'm sure it was an accident. They were just trying to stop you from launching.
No, that guy was he used a fucking wrench. This wasn't just like he shoved her and she fell. This is he beat the fuck out of her head.
How did they kill me?
Catherine.
A wrench?
I know I'm not an easy person to like. I just thought they trusted me.
I'll bring it to you.
Don't do this to yourself.
Oh. Catherine, can you see? Did you see it? Catherine?
Did you have friends in Toronto, Simon? Real friends?
There was some. Jesse.
She wanted to know. I was just trying to show her.
I always wanted a friend. Like a real one.
Don't judge me. I was helping a friend.
Ow. Pity friendship? Now I feel even worse.
By friend, I mean ew. By friend, I mean the person I hate.
Into space?
It almost doesn't matter anymore. We just need to try. If we burn, we burn. If we're lucky, we just gave humanity a new chance, a whole new era. With the Ark on Earth, I'm really not that familiar with guns of any size. Oh, here we go. All systems say go.
Lock and load.
Come back up and we'll head out to the gun.
What's beeping? Oops. I hope I get to make a choice of going on to the Ark or not. Daddy had a good point.
Now what?
Now we just need to get the shell onto the gun and then, kaboom.
Aren't you forgetting something? How are you gonna get us on board the Ark? Don't we need to make another scan?
Oh, don't you worry. You don't operate something like the Omega space gun with your bare hands.
You mean it's a pilot seat? Like back at Omicron?
Yes, and we can use it to transfer you to the Ark while operating the gun. 2 birds and all that. Now, take the Omnitool and plug it in next to the seat and I'll guide you through the final steps.
I don't want to be on the Ark. In here? You guys ready? I got some Southwest flavored pretzels, they're tasty. My coworkers say these are the worst flavor of this brand. And I'm like, you fucking Midwesterners don't understand flavor. I don't trust anything you say. You got open? Oh no.
I'll never get used to that.
Guess you won't have to. Not after this is over.
Right. Have a seat.
Catherine, turn me off. Once I launch it, turn me off.
As good as it's gonna get.
Okay, I'll activate the seat. You should be able to use the machines to load the bullet you assembled.
How do you operate this thing?
Don't know, I never tried this one. But pilot seats are notoriously easy to use, so it shouldn't be a problem.
cap. Oh shit. God damn. Got it. Oh.
There we go.
Uh-oh.
Okay, ready when you are. Just hit the button and we're off.
But we need to transfer our minds to the Ark.
We also need to make sure it launches at all, so I tied them to a single switch. Just push the button and we're off.
Catherine, I need you to promise not to put me on the Ark. Sorry, give me a second.
What are you waiting for?
I said wait!
Myself.
Well, push the button when you're done.
Here we go. No turning back.
Thank you, Simon.
Don't mention it.
It's an amazing thing you did. And I want you to know I appreciate it.
Turn me off, Catherine.
Time, 20 seconds.
What's the matter with the upload?
Just give it a second.
I thought you guys would have better bandwidth in the future.
Goodbye, Catherine. I hate you. I'm gonna stay down here.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6,
You gotta be kidding me!
5,
Simon, we shouldn't go to space.
3,
Didn't you hear Daddy?
2,
Yeah, we made it!
You dumbass, do you remember what happened last time? You're still here. You just have a copy in there.
I'm still here.
No shit, Sherlock.
I'm still here. Catherine? Catherine?
I'm here.
What the hell happened? What went wrong?
Nothing. They're out there, among the stars. We're here.
No. We were getting on the Ark. I saw it. It finished loading just before it launched.
Yeah, I saw.
Then why are we still here?
Simon, I can't keep telling you how it works. You won't listen. You know why we're here. You were copied onto the Ark. You just didn't carry over. You lost the coin toss. We both did. Just like Simon at Omicron. Just like the man who died in Toronto 100 years ago.
No, this is bullshit. We came all this way. We launched the Ark.
I know it sucks, but our copies are up there. Catherine and Simon are both safe on the Ark. Be happy for them.
Are you crazy?
Shouldn't have put Simon on there.
Down here with those fuckers living at large on a spaceship. They're not us. They're not us.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Simon. I'm proud
This
of what
ending
we
is
did.
so depressing. Is
We
there
made
multiple
sure that
endings?
Something of the hundreds of thousands of years of human history survives. That something lives on.
No. Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck you. Fuck you, Catherine. You lied. And I believed in you. I trusted you. You said we're getting on the fucking Ark.
We are on the Ark, you idiot! I didn't lie. I can't be responsible for your goddamn ignorance. You
Fuck!
Now you're alone, dumbass.
Catherine?
The bottom of the ocean.
Please don't leave me alone.
Too late.
Catherine? Catherine?
Daddy's dead, too. Alright. I won a prize for finishing a fucking game. Pat myself on the damn back. Fucking did it, bitches. Fuck that shit. That was terrifying. At the end. Yes, applaud me, thank you. Confetti? Oh, did it not work? Oh. Finishing was your prize. Now! Well, that was Soma. I didn't think that we were that close to being done with it. Well, what am I gonna play now? Woo! Is there anything after the credits? Does anybody know? I can't make them go faster. I feel like if I wasn't stupid, this game would be really short. Want to say there isn't? Okay. Let's see what we have downloaded. Oh, my last screen. Hold on. Let me move me down. This game is honestly too dank. That was pretty good. I don't think that's not something I would normally finish myself, like, off stream. It's very linear, and I don't usually play very linear games. Oh, there was an update in Lethal Company. I could do some of that solo. Does anybody know how to delete old saves on Lethal Company? Do I have to go into the files? I don't think I have any more space for save files, so I have to go delete some. Steam. Steam apps. Common. Lethal. VRMs. Oh. Data. I think it just lets you clear them on the screen. Little people talk about the same making copies of yourself concept that Soma does, and I'm always like, are you dumb though? It won't be you. You'll be left behind. Exactly! That's why I destroyed all the other Reaper androids. Again. Also for spare parts. Originally, that's what I was gonna call, my followers, is spare parts. But that was kind of mean. So I decided to make you guys memory instead. You guys are bites, and it's basic, I know. Okay, let's go to Lethal Company. To switch the game. Run and switch the game. Full company. Show you the truck. Why don't you come in and see it yourself? Blah, 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 blah. Welcome back. This update includes the company cruiser truck and a couple new creatures. Others must update their game to play with you on this version. I mean, you could work for the company, too. I'm not seeing how to erase it. It just says files are incompatible. Well, let me Google. To clear, save. Files for lethal completed. Oh, would you look at that? There's a fucking video for it. Everything, not everything needs to be a fucking video. Good fucking lord. Game is completely closed. Documents, my games, lethal company saves. Okay. It's a backwards way to go. It's fine that it's ads. I gotta go delete stuff. Why is it under documents? It's a weird place. Soma's here. I don't see lethal company. App data. This PC. Go to users. Username. App data. I don't see that. Saved games? Nope. This is obnoxious. Go through Steam and manage file. Oh my fucking god. Take me back to the 2000s guide making. Yes, exactly. I would rather have it in text. I don't want to watch you fucking play and talk. I don't care about your comment. I'm not here for entertainment. I'm here because I'm fucking stuck. They gets it. You remember when you could you get guidebooks with your game? Manage. Local files? Is that what it said? Where are the fucking save files, damn it? Installed files. This is not taking me. Oh my god. Maybe instead of doing in-game shit, since you know you keep doing updates, make it easier to clear the fucking save files. I literally can't find it. The feel of flipping through pages in the thick guidebook. I just edited them out. It's not hard. Where's when they edit what out? It said to manage it. I did. I can't find the fucking save file portion. There's no folder for the saves. Is there a reason to clear a save when you could just lose and that will reset? It doesn't reset the file though, because the files are outdated. The files are corrupt. It will not let me open them. They are outdated. They don't they're incompatible. And it only allows 3 saves. And I looked in the menu. And I can't find it in the files. Yeah, I'm aware. Just fucking delete them. Can I delete the save from inside? Ugh. It's because their fucking interface is hard to see. There's like little X's to the side. That needs to be filled in, like, my god. It is literally a very thin red... I'll show you. I found it, Mastermind. Hold on. Thank you, though. It's so hard to see. It's like super fucking thin. Oops, not that. Oh no, I think it's worse. Oh, I'm in the way. Hold on. You see them? You see them right here? Right here. By my head. Fucking tiny shit. Okay. Everyone's got the game and I played with you before, and you feel free to join. If you want to join, just let me know. There we go. Surely it won't go terribly.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will
You still can only do 2 emotes. Is the...
Make yourself at home. To complete
Is the truck a store item?
check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a
Ship
great asset to
upgrades.
the company. Great asset to the company.
Oh, the cruiser is $400. That's not as bad as I thought it would be. Pro flashlight. Confirm. Whoops. Probably should have landed first. It's not that they're tiny. They're so faded in the dark. Yeah, exactly. If they wanted to keep it red, they should have had it filled in like the windows that you have selected. Whoops. Wrong button. Give me my flashlight. Give it. Give me my flashlight. Sky. Drop it. Spit it out. Has this pole always been here? I feel like this is like in the middle of where I used to walk. Yay! I was about to say they take off the ice cream music. Give it. Wrong button. I was pushing F. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Immediate shut door. How do you scan? Right click? Yeah. Looking up there right now. That's Steam. Okay. Is the life of the game. You remove that, you remove the game. Exactly! It becomes completely unplayable. I don't like that vent there. That's a problem. Well, I don't have to come back down here for nothing. This is going swell. Ain't shit in here. Oh, I guess I can check it in there. I can check it in there. Oh, it's another vent. I want that closed. K9. Nope. Nope. Oh, this is... Don't need to go open that then. There's so many vents in here. I saw a mod where you can spectate the enemies, which is... probably nice to have. Oh, man. Ugh. I can't risk doing parkour. I'm alone. Got no friends. Excuse me. Speaking of friends, we're playing Chained Together Monday. Make sure you tune in for all that rage and, what do you call it? Chat, you're writing down which way to go back, right? I ain't seen... Oh, I found one. I got one. That was a bad decision, really. Oh shit, the vents are open. Might be lost already. Is that the emergency exit? Oh my god. I found an emergency exit. Look at that. We were in there for so long. Why did the time move so fast? Holy crap. I'm gonna go back into the front door. Do 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 do. I haven't played this in so long. I'm proud to say I'm not good at the game. It's your fault. Okay, there was nothing over there, so I guess we can go to the other side. Feel like time moves way too fast when I played it. It feels like it moves faster. Either that or it's just not used to being alive for this long. Because I would have jumped already and failed. Plastic fish. Oh, that scared me. Did I come from down or up? Okay. Sorry, almost 6 o'clock. Well, that was a bust. 2 items. Got $70. Let's reset this moon. I can't parkour. It's already late. That's gonna take forever. Endeavor. Ever. I'm gonna play some music. What you feeling like? You feeling like some oldies or some wild stuff or some K-pop? Some Vocaloids? Some K-pop? You want the skull and crossbones, or do you want chain, knife, chain? Let's do this one. No, I just have that many K-pop playlists. That was me listing playlists. Some oldie Vocaloid K-pop. That's all on separate playlists. There's oldie Vocaloid. Native Constructs concept album Quiet World. That is highly specific. Native. Whoops. Construct. Is that an album? Quiet World? There we go. Okay, I found it. It's very, very quiet in the beginning of this song, I guess. I can't hear it anyway. Oh, the music isn't for me. Oh, shit. Well, I was thinking the bees. Not drowning. You see the bees over there? I feel like I could snag it, maybe. I missed! Oh, I got it! Ow! Ah! I'm gonna die! Yep. Ha! I did it. Fuck you, bees. Fuck you, bees! That was nice. And now... I'm talented. Bet you guys didn't think I would do it, but I did it. It's my prize right there. Oh, it's foggy here now. Come on. Monza. Assurance. Confirm. I feared that you would leave the nest in the ship and go get more stuff than come back in a panic due to the rain and die. And no, I wasn't gonna go inside. Well, if time moves too fast. It would have been flooded. I wouldn't have been able to get to the ship. Ecosystem supports territorial behavior. Okay, that's interesting. Is it? Yeah. It's already dark on this one. I'm fine. Don't necessarily need to get an item. However, if it's like by the door, there's no creatures, it'll be fine. We can just look around just a little bit, right? Totally safe. Drowning in bees? No. Well, that's dark. Nothing there. This one's shut. Parkour, fuck that shit. A storage room. Ain't a damn thing in here. What a bullshit storage room. Why your storage room empty? I don't want to go in there. Whoop. Wait, this one? Ah, but look. Oh, they put a fence. Well, there ain't shit here. Oh. Give me that. Heh. Alright, we found our item. You know what that means, boys? Pack it up! What a great day of saving the bees. And now we continue our slow trek back to the ship. I find this game not as fun solo, to be honest. I don't think I have anything downloaded right now, though. Wrong way. I have Valorant. Everybody's sweaty. It's the weekend, though. Oh. I have to be in space first. Yeah, I don't have anything downloaded right now. Ironically, I have co-op games installed. It's Valo, everyone's sweaty all the time. Not all the time. Sometimes the sweaty people have to go to work. I was playing on, what was it? The 4th?
Report to the company building.
Bro,
to sell your scrap
you want to
metal
talk about
goods.
sweaty?
You have 0 days left to meet the profit quota. You can use the terminal.
I still have Darkwood I need to finish, but it's uninstalled right now. The next series game we're gonna be doing is going to be Scorn. By the by. I could see if Chernobyl wants to let me stream. I've been trying to stream that since I got into streaming. That was a year ago. Or we could just chat. We can talk We can just vibe. You know? I don't know. It's kind of early to end the stream. I was intending to go longer than normal. I thought I had more to do in Soma. But I didn't. Beep 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 beep. I got on it, but if you're still around like 30 minutes. And play. Okay. Ball, 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 ball. I wanna sell this stuff, and then I need to be or be. That was too many dings. Dang. Well, come along, bees. I don't like how fleshy the bees sound, you know? Do you think Cthulhu-san really likes to eat the bees? Eat the bees. Oof. Surely that won't scale, right? Won't scale. Not the bees. Eat the bees. My dog's nickname is Busy Bee, because she runs around like a crackhead. She's sleepy right now. Sleepy! Oh. Overtime bonus $1? Excuse? $1? You asked for 130? 130, and I gave you 214. You give me $1? What is this corporate bullshit? We love the company. The company. Okay. I'll be right back. Bathroom break time. Alright. Listen up. I'm only gonna say this once. I got dizzy when I stood up, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take off. I have, honest to goodness, plain Jane water in this cup. I'm gonna take off the cooldown. If you guys listen, jingle jingle, jingle jingle, jingle jingle, guys, listen. I'm gonna take the cooldown off on the hydrate redeem. If it gets spammed, I'm turning it back on. No, it's water. It's water. Plain water. I promise. I poured it from the pitcher that... Toffee. How spammy is spammy? Literally everybody... If chat is full of nothing but so-and-so redeemed hydrate, that's spammy. Eat some iron too, your mechanical parts needed. I don't have an iron issue. Where's the hydrate at? Also, I was thinking, should I add a treat redeem for the puppy? Would you guys like to give my doggo a treat? No cooldown, okay? Yes, you do want a doggo. Okay. She's small, okay? So you gotta understand there's only gonna be 3 treat redeems per stream. She is small and she is fixed. She cannot be fat because it will hurt her back. Let me add it. And it's going to be... actually... If we get to be too much... I will just simply return your points. But it's gonna be... what's a good number for points? I forgot I got something to do at the tip of the hour. Chubby? Chubby? No, don't make her chubby. Give doggo treat. I'm gonna put it at 1,000 points to start. 2k for doggo. 2k? Okay. Alright. There we go. We've got that in there now. I have this thing where you just like find cats in these pictures. But I was saving that for my follow-a-thon. You guys want to do marbles? Call on Discord. I don't have Discord up. Hold on. This... Okay. Well, I close it to stream because it distracts me. I have the wee attention span of a goldfish. I'm gonna put this back to a barrel or something. Your ADHD worse than mine. Yeah! We've been over this. We were over this last stream. I don't remember what I was doing, but you were like, wow, I think your ADHD is worse than mine. And I was like, what? Do you remember that? Oh, Renji's calling. Hello? Hello? Okay. Am I in space? Hold on, let me go to the chatting screen so you can see the friend list. Okay, hold on. Everybody hold your horses and your horseshoes. Oh, I can't invite? Okay, hold on. Look everybody, it's Renji. Can you guys hear? Can't hear Renji. Discord's changes. It doesn't like, oh, Discord app. No, it's by channel. So every time it's the call comes from somewhere different, you have to change your freaking audio. There you go.
Okay.
You get
There
it?
we go.
I'm gonna mute in game. Just because my mic doesn't work. It literally isn't. Oh, wait. It might actually work. It looks like it. It might be quiet.
Beat? Say something? Say something?
Hello?
Sounds
Hello?
fine in game. Let me mute Discord.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Boost your... There we go.
Moons. Where are we going, guys? Chat? Where are we going to torture Renji? Bop, 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 bop.
So glad.
We can't yet afford... it looks like experimentation's the only one that's not trying to kill us from the get-go. Confirm. I was like, why'd the lights go out? Floods are always torture, but eclipses mean new monsters, maybe. Oh, right, new monsters.
What do we need new monsters for? There's one right in front of me.
I'm not a monster.
Here. Right there.
Renji?
Can't see what I'm
Renji,
pointing,
listen.
but they can infer.
Renji, we're going eclipse. You're gonna lose that, that leader badge.
Why are you so jealous?
I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous! It's my flashlight.
Oh,
Can't hold till the ship lands. Renji, land the ship.
Nope. You do it.
No, you're gonna steal my flashlight. Go on.
Hey, what happened to the, did they get rid of the cabinet?
No, it's in storage.
Oh. There's a storage now?
That was the red cabinet, you dingling.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The red.
Oh, there has been a storage. I don't know why your audio farted like that.
I don't know.
Hey, do you know if there's a way in Warudo to paste something onto my head, like people do in Live 2D?
It might be.
It's a fucking magnet.
What the hell is that about? Good luck.
I'm stuck under the ship.
I'm in the ship and I've closed the door. Good luck.
I'm stuck. Oh,
You get caught.
I'm actually surprised I ever didn't think you
Oh no. Door opened.
Ah!
Go away. We don't want any. No soliciting.
No solicitors!
We don't want any.
Go away! I need to get out that side. Man, he is hanging out by where I need to get up.
Why did you go under?
For safety!
Dude, I just jumped back on the ship.
I panicked, okay? I just panicked. I can touch his ankles.
Did I take off?
No, what the fuck? That defeats the purpose of me being alive now. Where'd he go?
For me, like, I'm sure back on the ship. What are we gonna do? This content yet?
Open
it!
Bitch.
I needed to be safe. What are you talking about?
He can't get in here.
I don't know that.
What?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
No, you go on. You go on.
See?
Vinci, we have to... I don't know Val to be able to get to the... building.
Places. I literally don't know any of these places. I don't know the names. You just land here and just start running around.
Guys, I made it back to the ship. Made it back. I mean, I didn't leave the ship, but I'm inside now.
When you were underneath.
I gotta wait to see which one goes under effect now. Jump! Jump!
See you later, nerd. You is the laziest paranoid.
Where did I get hurt?
Injuries. I don't know.
And you were useless. You didn't even do anything.
Management, innit? Leader.
Yeah, man.
I'll
Okay,
bring back my
assurance.
cabinet, you
What?
fucking peon.
What'd you say?
I said, bring back my red cabinet, you fucking peon.
The thing about that is, I don't know how.
Brilliant.
Storage?
Well, because of that, you're demoted. As leader, I have set powers, I think.
Board. There you go. I did it.
Hey, okay.
And you
You're
feel
still
better
demoted,
now?
But whatever.
Huh?
What?
You feel better now?
No.
Mission accomplished. Yes. Look at that quota. Let's go. This one's fine. It's safe. You know, relatively speaking.
Guys, why does this gremlin always lie to me?
Did you want a flashlight?
And not really. We're probably not going to make quota, so I don't really care.
We're gonna make quota. We'll make it. It's fine. We're gamers. Pro gamers. Pro gamers, Renji. Professional.
Pro at what?
Huh?
Pro at what?
Gaming.
Which game?
Did you hear me?
That.
Oh, dark.
This scan doesn't feel as effective as it used to be at like lighting up the room anymore.
Yeah.
You could kind of see where you're going.
It doesn't. I offered a flashlight.
Well, I wasn't expecting them to like update it like that. Like nerf me like this. I always play with a handicap. So play with you.
What? What'd you say? Did you find a key? Oh. Nice. Where'd you find that?
Right here. Just like on the floor. Whilst I was scanning around. Complaining about handicaps.
Hand cams?
Yeah, sure, hand cams.
Ooh. Ah! Ah! I was distracted by the air horn. Now he's not gonna stop tooting it. I don't think he's actually gonna toot it. I think he's running for his life.
Oh, cola. I need it. I don't need it.
You do need it. What do you mean?
Definitely.
What do you mean?
It came through here. I think.
Pedro.
Sweet.
Pedro. Beam. Bro didn't even grab my body.
Why is it not like letting me off the ladder? Fine.
There he goes.
That gets me killed. Worth it.
That's not worth it. I think he and I have different ideas of what worth it mean. Because blowing a horn and then dying doesn't sound worth it. Beep 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 beep.
Oh, man. Should I have grabbed Gremlin's body? That's a thing I probably should have done.
Yeah, you should have. That was rude.
What the hell is this poking through?
Lenny. What's CC poking through?
Keep this on me.
No!
Store that. What's the time? 4. Gremlin hasn't voted for me to leave yet, so I guess I might run in there one more time.
You guys notice how he's not live and he's still talking like he is?
I have the stream muted, so I don't know what's going on. I'm keeping an eye on chat in case somebody types something.
It's so funny. He's like a streamer, but he's offline. Habits. True, right? That is too true. I catch myself...
It's true. I don't know what you guys are saying.
I catch myself saying, like when I'm playing WUWA off stream, I'm like talking as I'm playing. Not during my battles, because it's fucking hard to do for some fucked reason.
That makes it worth a day.
But I'm like... God, what did I say that it wasn't WUWA, but I was playing something and I spoke directly to chat, and I was
this
like,
is why I'm management.
I think it's time to get off the computer for a while, go to bed. To be fair, it was 3 a.m. I probably shouldn't have been up. I started trying to paint my coffin shelf. You know, the one that's hippie Halloween that I ranted about. Stop fucking with Halloween shit, man. Leave it alone. Black, orange, mostly black, sometimes purple.
How do I drop stuff again?
G.
There we go. Cool. I am out.
Anyway, I was painting it, and I didn't sand it, so the paint is like wipes off as I'm painting it, unfortunately. And then I forgot to clean my brush last night, so there's acrylic paint all dried up in my brush. I don't normally use acrylic paint. I don't know how to get that out. Yeah, oh, Safi is disappointed in me. I don't use acrylics, I use oil paints. I know how to get dried oil paints out. Yeah, I see the fucking horn. I died trying to snag that away from you.
And you died because you didn't hear the thing. Don't you dare.
Get over here. They didn't even grab my body. You were just like, air horn? Oh my gosh.
I know what's important.
Get over here. Am I even hitting you? Get over here and die. Die! Why aren't you dying?
Because I'm immortal. As the leader.
New paintbrush time. Once it's dried, it's basically plastic. And you're effed. Really? On acrylics? If not completely cured. Huh. I'll have to see if my brush soap gets acrylic out. Why won't you die? Die! Die!
The air horn makes me immortal.
Are we on the last day?
Says one. So probably. I don't know.
Launch the ship.
What, you picked the place already? Okay.
Wait, no. Are we in the air? Oh, shit.
Yeah. How do you think you're back?
Oh, I got you. I got you now, bitch. Did you guys hear that sound? Somebody clip that air horn sound so Renji can hear it later. That was funny. Oh gosh. I'm dying. That bitch stole my flashlight too. What do you mean? What do you mean? And you blow the horn while turning crippling looking down. Basically, max your sensitivity and go wild. I'm sensitive. What am I looking at? Hold the phone. Gimme. Ooh. Damn, it's hard to see without a flashlight, man. Whoop, not that way. Since when is this? Has it always been a slotted item? Oh shit. Oh. Mm. Got it. Ooh. Fuck that. Where's Renji? Huh.
Yeah.
Alright. I know the priorities. Can't have your air horn now. Don't worry, I won't leave it behind because we're gonna sell it. Why weren't you inside collecting items? If you were doing your job, you wouldn't have gotten whacked. Yep. You just mad. You just mad. Don't worry, I'll get your damn air horn. Ow. Why am I still coughing? Fucking Rona. Or I'll regret it. Oh, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? You can't. You won't. You're dead. There's like a key right inside the door, but I don't feel like I want to risk that. Hydrate. Blech. Blech. This is making you better. I'll push you mushy messages. No. I ain't send shit. I ain't said shit, bitch. Dead bitch. Wasn't that fun, my dead friend? Oh. Where are you going? Wasn't that fun? I got receipts? No, you don't. You ain't got shit. Nobody will believe you. Oh.
You think I ain't got screenshots? You think I ain't got screenshots, man?
You can have this if we meet our quota.
Give me that shit.
I told you can have it if we meet the quota. Because if we don't, we have to sell it.
For your sake, we better.
For your sake. We die anyway. Come on. You should have heard the sound it made when you jumped down. It was like...
I don't know, I think Mastermind got a clip of it though.
Ah, damn, that's heavy. Did you see I got a telephone? It don't do nothing.
We in the late 80s, early 90s. Look at this shit.
It's a brick, right?
This is that, like, original Nokia shit, man.
Stop it! Sell the sign. You're not gonna make the quota without the sign. Stop trying to hit me! I'll fucking sell this! Renji. I'll sell it! You better put the fucking sign up there. I'll do it! Alright, there you go.
Well then, I guess we die. Keeping this sign. You wait when this fucking door opens. You betrayed me. Your kiss.
I can't believe he's selling me.
I'm out of here.
Fuck. Aw, the puppy looks like she wants a snack. The puppy, when she looks like she wants a snack. I shouldn't say that. She knows what the word snack means. You can't have any right now. What if people redeem the thing for you? Hmm? You can't have one because what if you get too many? Oh, there you go. Now you can have one.
As you have not met the profit quota,
At least he's giving you a treat biscuit.
welcome to our disciplinary process.
Alright, do you guys want her to do a trick? She can do sit, stand, spin, and lay down. Okay. I don't consider water a treat, but okay. Spinning? Alright, Biscuit, you ready to do a spin? Spin? One more? Good job.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will meet and
What the
sleep
heck? It's not even the top of the hour yet. You said 40 minutes. That was 20 minutes. You were a liar.
Make yourself at home.
You were a liar.
Process. You will want to check the instruction manual.
I gotta get ready.
That was 20 minutes. You said 40 minutes.
Fine. We can do one more move, but I don't have more time than that.
Are you going to collab with somebody? You can go. It's fine.
No, I'm not doing.
You can
I'm not
leave
doing
me.
a collab. I have my side project I got record for. It's the late record today.
Well, that's really late. What the fuck? Is this
Yeah,
your fault?
Life gets in the way.
Your fault?
Nope. I've been here all day.
Your
You mean
fault?
my fault?
Your
How's
fault?
it my fault?
Your fault? Your fault?
Your fault.
Then sit down, sit down, sit down. Goodbye! Get out of here.
Bye, nerd.
I kicked you first. We'll do another switch up. How much is this? Oh, it's free to play. You guys want to do marbles? Let's find a stream game. Oh, I have King of the Castle. You guys want to do King of the Castle? Close. King of the Marbles? You wanna do marbles? Either works. Let's try marbles first. I just sneeze. I don't remember if I drank the hydrate. Ugh, I did it. See ya! It's just downloading. Is there more stream games like that? Somebody did this for 1 full hour and is like, what a waste of completely everything. Bro, it's fucking free. What are you bitching about? It's not meant to be... It's more for yapping. It's not anybody's fault that you're not a good yapper. Where do I find more stream games like marbles? Like the ducks. I think the ducks is pay. Marbles is taking a hot minute. I wonder if it's because of the Steam. Or the window. Alright, any new music requests? Anybody want to change the music? I think we've cycled because this was the song that I put on. Name your albums. Oh, I have a cringe playlist. It's very inappropriate. This playlist is based off of a character of mine whose personality no longer fits this playlist. Let's go with this one. His name was Chick. Atmosphere by Safi Scores. Is it on Spotify, Safi? Oh my god, you do have a Spotify. Oh my gosh. Alright, guys. It's a Safi song. This is your theme song, right? It makes me think of like 64 Nintendo 64 Zelda games. Like being in a village. Now time to play Splatoon. No Splatoon. Wait, what? I don't have Splatoon. Splatin, no Splatin. That sounds inappropriate. This is a Safi stream now. No, it isn't. You need Splat. Does you? Does you really, though? Ah. Marbles. Beep. marbles. I don't see it. There it goes. Marbles on stream. Accept. Twitch. Signing in. Authorize. Do I have to have a thing? Time to get ahead of Renji in either MH or Final Fantasy. Well, I've got marbles in now. We're doing marbles. I did. You said I was logged in. Okay, there we go. Gifting is here. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do for marbles. If you win, you get VIP. If you win again, you lose it. I don't know what else to do with it. So, you would be lucky to pass me in either. I don't have that much time or attention span. Let's do a race. What race do you guys want to do? Alienated? Community? Oh. Do this one. Viewers. Coils of power. This one. And I think this looks cool. Okay. Okay, there you go. Exclamation mark play. Let's see if this works. Oh, yep, there you guys go. Look at you guys. I'm in there too. Hello, everyone. Welcome. We'll give it a couple more seconds. Sophie, is this song looping already? Oh, it is. Okay. We're gonna listen to it the whole time, Sophie. But it sounds very good. And cozy gamer. Let's do this one. Or no, not that one. Let's do... This is my playlist for when I'm painting. It's called Painting Bopsies. Okay, ready? Go! Burner, burr. Boost? There's a boost? Whoa. How do I move the camera? I don't know how to move the camera, guys. Oh, there we go. I was trying to follow somebody, but I don't know how to follow. No. Okay. Discard. Player. Tab. I don't know how to switch the camera. No. This is going well. I was gonna follow somebody. Who won? Oh, we're in slow-mo. I don't know how that happened. Press the number button. We're in slow-mo now. Who won? Ah, oh god, this camera's janky. I think I accidentally turned it into slow-mo mode. And I lost the menu. Well. Oh, there's names now. Who was won? Sophie won. Okay, Sophie. Let me pull up the thing. F11. I didn't push F11. That's full screen. Bah, bah. Okay. Let's go put Sophie. Where do I do that? Community? Roles. Sophie. I can't give you a VIP. You're mod. You can choose who to give VIP to. I can't get out of this one now. Hold on, let me close it. Try again. Sophie accepts bragging rights. Okay, how about this? Shout out. Sophie scores. There you go. The game is frozen. It's stuck on stopping. Hold on. We're hitting the scuff now, guys. But it's still stuck and stopping. My god, this game is crazy. So the internet briefly went out because there's a really scary storm happening. Are you good? It's not a hurricane, is it? I heard those were happening. Why is this game not closing? It's literally stuck on stopping in Steam. It's not in my task manager. Steam's confused. Well. Nah, I may have drifted from the hurricane though. Let me check. This game is stuck. Stream games. Let's see. RuneScape. Raid. Marbles is broken. Scribblet. Oh, we could do Scriblio. That doesn't require me to download anything. Marbles doesn't want to stop. Scribbly. Oh. Bo 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 bo. Create a private room. I have an ad! If y'all keep playing Scribblio, I'm never getting anything done. Well, you could do both. Literally, the game is still trying to close. Where's Steam? Let me just force Steam down. In task. Okay. I need a count of who wants to go away. Draw time. 30-second. Draw 30 seconds. You can. Word count. One hint. Players. Well, I'm gonna put it to 10. And I'm gonna add custom words. These are the custom words. They're from my stuff. Window mode, the program, and the browser on the same tablet. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, that works. Did I name the room? How do I add people to the room? Where's the room part? How do I allow people in? I haven't done this before. Help. If you link it. Well, the link is just the plain link, though. Like, it's just Scribblio. See? It's not a custom link. I did create a private room, though. Create a private room. See, that's still the same link. Oh, there. Okay, got it. There we go. Neon. Double. Put that to 10. That's 30-second drawings. I can spell. Okay. Click the link if you want to join. It is pinned. We got 30-second draw time with 3 rounds. Spelling. What's wrong with my spelling? I did Reaper twice. I don't know if... I'm gonna have to just use a window. Display capture. Properties. Okay, that's in front of everything. Hold on. Move down. Move down. I don't know why Steam popped up considering I fucking closed it. Alright guys, ready? We're starting. Good luck. You'll need things to hide words both. Okay. Got it. Ashley is drawing. Give us a good one, Ashley. The room. The book. Ah, oh, it's not typing. The... Oh, the rock. Is 30 seconds too slow, too short? I can't reset it. Don't forget to center your screen. Yep, I got it. 30 seconds. Yeah, we gotta go fast. Mathematics. Oh, I should cover up at the top, huh? Yeah, Dora. Well, I turned it off on accident. Whoop, wrong screen. Put this up here. I'm good at this game. Hold on. Okay. It's Phantom. There you go. Yay! It's not like I cheated or anything. I think I'm gonna just switch to chatting when I pick one, because I feel like you guys are gonna see it. Oh, those are long words. Macarena. Nice. Got it. I got it eventually. I was trying to think of what VR stood for. I'm good at charades. This is basically charades. Oh, you know, that E just threw me off. Oh, I misspelled it. No! Sophie's turn. Get ready for the 30-second masterpiece. Oh. That's really good. What is that? There's an eraser? I saw some of this today. Did you eat it? I'll do this one. This one would be fine. Oh, there's colors too? Okay. I'm just adding lines at this point. Water. No, it was white. Oh, interesting. That was a smart move. Oh, Safi's on my toes. Cookies. I killed a moth on my laptop and it's ew. Oh, I get it. I get it. It took me a minute to get there. Uh-oh. Stickman! What? Oh. Dang. That was close. It's basically... Drawing's hard for me. Don't worry, it's hard with a mouse, period. I've got a mouse. Safi over here. Drawing. What is that? Cowboy. Okay. It's not a cowboy. Got it. Got it, guys. Interesting that you gave him a shovel. Oh. Oops. Wait. Should I just, like, turn it on and off and leave it there? But then it shows up at the... Okay. I guess it picked for me. And then it's like... And then like this. And it's got like this thing here. And like this. It's got like feet like that. This makes sense. It makes sense. And then like... And it's... I was gonna draw germs. Okay, I'm gonna put this up on the middle and... I don't know. Because, like, the word will show up at the top. I don't know how to hide it. This is difficult. I'm not talented enough for this. Guys want to go again? I'll give 50 seconds. Boom, boom. Those words are really long. Let's go. There is catch fire. I can't find silver lining. I don't mean to judge, but when you read your speech is tiring. That was. Do you just start guessing words? Note. T? Oh! Got it. I got you. Sorry. TikTok. That's the logo, isn't it? The logo is like a little music note. I hate these options. Oh. Seafood. What am I looking at? I don't know how I was supposed to get Hermit from that, Ulysses, I'm not gonna lie. Kingler? Is that a crab species? Oh, I got you. That took me a minute. Okay. I don't actually know what this looks like. I just know it's like, isn't it? So I'm like, it's not a penguin. I don't know what this looks like. Maybe it's got. Did it have blue on it? I don't know. That looks right. Let's see, am I drawing it right? Dolphin? It is a penguin, right? It's just, they're little bitty. Oh, phone. I speak as I type. Couches, yeah, they know me, and they singing every word like they was at the karaoke, huh? Not to do the tom 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 that eats and yum yum yum. Parson. Why is he in a sack? Why'd you put him in a sack? People should be forced to put their children in sacks so that they don't cause damage to other people's properties. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Lights out, finish them all. Bad bitches will get down onto the floor. Lights out. I don't can't spell. Fireball. No! Blech! 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 That! Blech! Sophie, I hate you for that. My worst fear. Oh gosh. Oh. Oh goodness. Goodness. Boom boom. Mart. Got it. Ouch. Ouch. Ew, why is it oozing? New. Bum 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 bum. Oh, it's not what I call those. Oh shit. I call them lightning bugs. Does that tell you where I grew up? Lightning bugs for you too? I think it's a southern thing. Heard both. I've heard Firefly from media, not from in person. Ooh. Nice. Nice. Safi, your drawings are way too beautiful for what this is. I'm just saying. Flexing on us over here. Okay. I'm gonna make this difficult. We can scribble this in. It's not a pickle. blank blank. Give me the bottle with the aw. You guys get it? Ravioli, ravioli, give me the formioli. I was a SpongeBob reference. A really bad one. Badly drawn one. Let me see if Marbles is gonna run now. Not that I know how to control it. I got the SpongeBob, but did not get the reference. Dude. Even a hard quit, Marbles is broken. Well, remove it. Game is still running. Why is it so broken? Didn't the robot said that? I don't remember. Ravioli, ravioli, give me the formioli. I hard closed Steam and it's still not letting me. I don't know what to do now, so I also need to go eat something and I might need to take a nap because I'm kind of sleepy by a lot. I woke up way early. I can't get this game to close. That's a problem. Let's see. Some say we still meebling days later. Yeah. Is there anybody live on anyone's side that they want to guide the raid? I just have Michi Mochivi right now, which is weird. She's yapping. Or sleeping. She says quick yaps, but has been on 7 hours. I don't think I can raid Michi. Can raid Zed. The fastest of words. Let's raid Zed. Zed won't let me raid. I literally don't have anybody else. I guess I'm just gonna find somebody random. Nope. Absolutely not. Let's see who's live on the VTuber tag. Actually. Oh, somebody's playing Signalis. Oh no. They're too big. Why is it showing me people that have so many people? I don't feel comfortable doing that. Somebody's playing Elden Ring. What do you guys want to go watch? I see someone on Lethal Company goes by You Fracture. I can vouch for them. Oh, does it still say I'm on Lethal Company? Let's Let's do this random person. They are doing Genshin Impact. Let's see if they'll let me. Okay. Good. We're gonna go raid this person. Oops. Let me get the raid message. Copy and paste. Ow. Right, ready? Be nice, be kind, be good. And I will see you all the next time tomorrow. Bye.